God used her in great, tremendous ways. So that gal I showed you up on the screen a while ago is one of my heroes. Been married 36 years. She's an oncology nurse. She's been doing oncology since the first day. She graduated from nursing school on a Friday night, and on Monday morning she started in oncology, and that's chemotherapy, that's cancer patients and stuff. She's excellent at that. She was just made for oncology. We got a lot smarter, a lot prettier than I am. She makes a lot more money than I do. I got 3 kids. My oldest, Noah, is, he's got a job in Chicago. I don't know exactly what he does. He's almost 28. I don't know exactly what he does, but in his off time, he's a stand-up comedian. And don't go look him up, because he won't even let me listen to his material, so heaven knows what he's saying, right? I got another son, Seth, who's 25, and he's a mechanic, specifically a certified Harley-Davidson mechanic, but he's in Swansea, New Hampshire, of all places, right? My sons are Yankees. It's hard. But he's out there. He's got his own business started, and he's 25, and then I've got a 21-year-old daughter who's still right where she needs to be. She's about 10 minutes away, right? The other boys, they can stay out there. If she wants to come home, baby, anything you want. Yeah, I got 3 kids, really wonderful life, and I've been teaching at Gateway Seminary since 2002. Before I graduated from Southwestern with my doctorate, my PhD in Old Testament, and immediately went to work for Lifeway on the Holman Christian Standard Bible translation teams. And I was on that for about 2 years. And then, guys, I'm telling you, the competition for seminary posts is like nothing you've ever seen. We've got 10 times more PhDs out there than we have job opportunities. So God opened a door for me, and it's just an act of grace. It's so humbling to know that of all the people that are 100 times more qualified, I'm the guy that he chose to come to Gateway. It was Golden Gate then. It's a great school. And just if I can pause and say, look, I'm a Southern Baptist, have been all my life. They paid for my education. They paid a good deal of money for my education. I think we do missions. I think we do theological education. We do missions. We do virtually everything, the best in the world. And it's humbling that you Southern Baptists put the money together to go into our cooperative program to make sure that we can continue to do that. And thank you. We could not do what we do without you. I get to serve under Adam Groza, Dr. Adam Groza, who's our president. This is his 3rd year. Stepped into some big shoes. I mean, he stepped into some really big shoes to take it. And his leadership style is different. I think his vision is somewhat different. It builds off of what's already there. But it's so exciting to kind of see the future just kind of open up in front of us here. And the dynamic leadership that this man offers is just unbelievable. I know Warren Haynes has been here. Warren's a good friend of mine. I love Warren. He's a much quieter personality than I am, but once he gets started, you feel it. I mean, you feel what's there, right? I am off the charts type A personality. He won't talk to you about his martial arts. He won't talk to you about a lot of the things. I can't shut up about it. If I like it, if I love it, if I enjoy it, I'll talk about it. So I've got a black belt in Kempo Karate, Shaolin Kempo Karate, but a few years ago, about 5 years ago, right as COVID started, I discovered Wing Chun. Now, Bruce Lee studied Wing Chun under Ip Man, and my teacher's teacher studied with Bruce Lee and Ip Man in Hong Kong, and then they brought it over here. So I'm studying in kind of a second generation kind of guy. The only reason I'm sharing that with you is because it's one of the most unique ministries I've ever been involved with in my life. My teacher's father was a pastor at E.V. Hills Church down in the L.A. area, and so he's a committed believer. He owns a mobile car cleaning thing. So he goes and he does all sorts of different things with that. But he runs into, around San Bernardino, he runs into a lot of gang guys and stuff like that, and he invites them in, and they don't leave without hearing the gospel at some point. So week in and week out, you know, we meet Wednesday night, Saturday morning. I'm there with a bunch of guys, Hispanic, African American. There's one Asian guy in there, and they're as mixed and diverse a background. Most of them are not believers. Most of them do not. And you know what caught them? We were talking about being married, and I said, I've been married 34 years, and I see this head snap around. His name is Jesus. We call him Chewy. His head snaps around, and he's really listening close. So after we're walking out, this is a 26-year-old man. He's got a 10, 11-year-old daughter, got his girlfriend pregnant. They've been married. He's got 3 daughters now. And we're walking out, and he said, I don't know what it means to be a father. I didn't have a father. He says, I've never seen a house, I've never seen a home that has fathers. I don't want to be like my dad. I don't want to be absent. I love my wife and I love my daughters. What do I do? Oh, guys, what an awesome opportunity to start talking about that. I didn't start with the gospel right off. I said, well, first off, you put your life down for your wife's. Her needs, who she is, what she's able to do, everything, you subordinate everything you are to everything she needs to be. You love her. You pour yourself into her. Remember in Ephesians when Paul says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself for it? Your job is to die for your wives. And that was a concept he had never heard before. You know, the machismo culture and among Hispanics is a very important thing. And that was something he had to grapple with. Well, a few weeks later, he comes to me and he said, he says, I want to do that. He says, but there's something missing. I got to lead Chewy to the Lord right there, right? And still hadn't been baptized, trying to find a church and trying to get his family into habit, but he's reading his Bible with them. A few weeks ago, Chewy came and said, yeah, I've decided I need to quit smoking marijuana. I need to stop smoking. He says the expense is too much, but he said it's just not right. Discipleship, young man is growing. This is sanctification. So you'll look for those markers, and you're not looking at men who know Christian language. They don't know that you don't use the F word and S and all these different words when you're in public. And so, you're sitting there interacting with these guys, and it's been awesome to actually be able to feed into that without, being the preacher, being the pastor. Instead, I'm the guy that kind of passively receives. I'm there. You said something, what is this, And, my microphone just popped off. There we go. But that's what our task is in this world. And look, if you think a task like that is just for the preacher, if you think it's just for the seminary professors and the preachers and the missionaries and stuff, guys, you've missed the point of the Great Commission. Yeah, he gave it to his disciples, but you know who it was that won the world to Christianity? It wasn't the preachers. It was the men and the women and the children who went out day into the marketplace, went about their everyday lives, and took a moment to stop and share the hope that was in them. Right? That's where it works. You want to know why discipleship is failing in the churches? It's because we've left it up to the pastor to feed on Sunday morning and on Wednesday nights. And we've done such a good job of that, people have forgotten how to feed themselves. Right? Discipleship is not about sitting in a classroom and being told, do this, do this, do this. Discipleship is about coming alongside and walking together into the mission field out there, right? And that has to start someplace. Psalm 51 is a great place to begin. I know the theme verse, and I'm reading from the Holman Christian Standard Bible because I think it's the best one ever, right? I worked out. I actually worked on this specific passage here, But I want to read the theme verses. It's Psalm 51, verse 17. And I'll give you a second to get there. '51. Say yes, page 556. Let me read that for you. Now listen to this. The sacrifice pleasing to God is a broken spirit. God, you will not despise a broken and humbled heart. Let me read that again. The sacrifice pleasing to God is a broken spirit. God, you will not despise a broken and humbled heart. Now, we got to put that back in the context here, so we're going to work our way to it, okay? I am a teacher. I can preach, and I'll probably hit something, and I'll take off and preach for a minute, but my primary goal, guys, is for you to learn how to read a psalm this morning, all right? And then specifically, we'll talk about how to read this psalm, okay? So let's talk a little bit about psalms. What do you know about the Psalms? What type of literature is it? It's poetry. Poetry. Prose is narrative, right? Narrative and some of the other types of like laws, legal materials are prose, right? But poetry, and in fact, most of the Old Testament is narrative. But Psalms, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Song of Psalms, Lamentations, most of the prophets, Jonah is narrative, which is unusual for a prophetic book. But, you know, there's a whole lot of poetry in the Old Testament. Let me ask you this. Do you read poetry the same way you read narrative? Why? Why can't you read them the same way? Expressions? What do you mean by, unfold that a little bit. How do they, and they're very emotive, and they're designed to evoke more emotion than a narrative does, right? I mean, I don't sit there and weep when I read "And Abraham loved Sarah," right? I just don't get that mushy. But boy, when I read something like "Sacrifice pleasing to God is a broken spirit," that stirs me a little bit. How do they get to that emotion? What literary, what kind of things do they use, devices do they use to kind of stir us up, to make us move? Songs. And psalms are songs. Let's think about this. In English, what's one of the big characteristics of English poetry? Rhyme, right? Hickory dickory dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock's, what is it? Clock was 9, the mouse ran down 1. Yeah, the mouse ran down. Yeah, and then you go through all of them. Hickory dickory dock. You hear the rhythm. You hear the rhyme. Well, Hebrew is not built on rhyme. Okay, as you'll see in a minute I'll flip back to I'll get into flip back the thing. Hebrew poetry is built primarily on a parallelism of thought. Could you put that PowerPoint up there? Well, I can see it back here. Anyway, it's built on a parallelism of thought, where one line will state something, and then the next line, almost, and then the very next line will restate almost the same type of thought in a little bit different language, right? There we go. So you can see, let me show you how it works. Be gracious to me, and then of course God. It's just kind of a phrase. It really, well, anyway, it says, be gracious to me, and then it has this little thing, according to your faithful love. And then it comes back, and it says, according to your abundant compassion, blot out my rebellion. Now, let me point out the correspondences here. The first one is, be gracious, the one on the outside. You see the ones that are all the way over? Be gracious and blot out. Those are paralleled with each other, which means that their meaning is tied together. And then the middle, according to your faithful love and according to your abundant compassion. Do you see the correspondence between them? right? So the main focus here is, the main way to read this is being gracious. Got to understand what that means. What does be gracious to me? The Hebrew word, and let me pronounce this with me, chaneni. 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 It means be gracious. It's a verb. Well, actually, it's a command. Now, can you imagine anybody giving God orders? Be gracious to me. And then you come down to the next one, blot out. So what does it mean to be gracious? This Hebrew word, to be gracious. What is to show grace or demonstrate grace? Mercy. It's undeserved, and it's doing something undeserved. It's forgiveness. It's all this stuff toward the benefit of the one to whom grace is given. Right? It's something that's given to benefit. Well, blot out my rebellion. To blot out actually means to erase, to wipe away, to remove. To make, blot out my rebellion, my transgression. We'll look at the meaning of those in a minute, a little more deeply. But think about the parallelism between be gracious and blot out. How do you get meaning out of things that look so different in meaning? The important part is that grace is something that's extended toward the benefit or the growth or the development of the person toward whom grace is being shown. Right? And then what is the basis? What is the basis for the claim that God be gracious? According to your faithful love. Not my standard. Don't be gracious to me. Don't do something for my benefit according to any of my standards. Do it according to your faithful love. We'll dive into chesed here in a little bit too. And then according to your abundant compassion. Compassion, racham. Racham. That's this deep-rooted thing. A good example of what this word evokes, the kind of picture it evokes, is when, you remember when they lowered the man down in front of Jesus, the man borderline, the paraplegic, they lowered him down through the ceiling. Okay, and Mark says, and his heart leapt within him. Really, guys, what that says is his guts literally clenched. And it's a reference to that feeling you get when you have such an emotional, visceral response to something. A visceral response, your viscera tighten up, they clench. And that's the level of emotion. It's a similar term in Habakkuk chapter 3. Habakkuk chapter 3. There, when the poet comes up and it's like he stands up on the walls and he views Jerusalem still smoldering, temple gone, king's palace gone, walls are all down on the ground, people, dead bodies laying all over. And his response is, my soul cried within me. And it's that same kind of visceral kind of thing. So according to your abundant, you put that word rove in front of it, and it kind of magnifies the intensity of that, right? So that's how Hebrew poetry works. It's not rhyme. It's parallelism of ideas. And one of the things we've got to figure out is how be gracious and blot out relate to each other. Okay? Yeah, poetry, parallelism. I got to get my outline back online here. So parallelism is the main way they do it. One other thing I want you to notice, I want you to listen to me pronounce these Hebrew words, and I want you to listen for the repetition of sound. Listen to this. Chaneni, chesed, rob rachameka, meche, and peshach. You hear the repetition, the sound. Another characteristic of Hebrew poetry is the repetition of consonant sounds like that. Similar thing. I had a missionary uh, one time that was talking about the word that the people in the country he was working at used for a bicycle. And he said, I couldn't figure out why they called it that, but they called it a rick-tick-tick. He said, and then I was out on the street one day, and this 10-speed goes where my name was going rick-tick-tick-tick-tick-tick-tick-tick-tick. They didn't have a word for bicycle. So they took the sound, and that's the name they applied to it. So repetition of sound and stuff like that works in a lot of different cultures. It's one of the things that helps memory, right? Another thing, do you notice the structure there that the two outside things are related to each other and the two inside things are related to each other, right? This is a structuring device to help people remember, right? So if I can remember, be gracious and blot out are the outside parts, it becomes somewhat easier to remember the inside parts. Now, why is that important for ancient Israel? They didn't, yeah, and I think more people could read than we give them credit for, but the fact of the matter is, it was really stinking expensive to make paper, to create tablets or whatever to carry around, not to mention really heavy, right? Inks were prohibitively expensive because for all those materials you had to go, so there just simply wasn't enough ability financially to go and gather those things. So they were primarily oral cultures, and they listened and they heard. And so by having little structural things like that people, they were attuned to hearing it with their ears, right? Isn't it interesting how when you go in your own home, you don't smell, if you've got a dog, you know what I'm talking about, but you walk in your house, you don't even smell your dog anymore. You walk into somebody else's house, you go, God, that dog stinks. Right? We're real hypocrites that way, aren't we? Well, what it is it's what you're attuned to. And when your ears are the main way that you structure and understand stuff, then structures like this become hugely important. Right? Now, does anybody know what the superscription, that little part right there, let me read it right here at the beginning. For the choir director, a Davidic psalm when Nathan the prophet came to him after he had gone to Bathsheba. A lot of our psalms have these little title-like things in them. A lot of them do, right? And you know what? This does sound like something David would say. It really does. And in fact, the fact that this title is here means that there were probably a lot of communities, Jewish communities, that actually read the psalm in light of that. But it's unlikely that it's part of the original poem. Very unlikely that it was part of the original poem. There are a great many of these titles. If you read through the Psalms, you'll see them, like Psalm 52, for the choir, a Davidic, my skill. When Doeg the Edomite reported to Saul, telling him David went to Abimelech's house. Now, again, there are aspects of this poem that do remind us of that. But there's nothing directly in either one that speaks directly to that, right? So it's very likely that these psalm titles were added later. They were in order to contextualize the psalms. And one reason we know that they were added later is some of the psalms in early, like from the Dead Sea Scrolls, a lot of the early manuscripts from the Dead Sea Scrolls for the psalms don't have a title on them. But as you move through history and you get later and later, you get into the Middle Ages or what, all of a sudden they start appearing. And then, at another time there's more and more of them added. So what it is it becomes a part of the manuscript tradition, but it's also a way of helping people know how this ought to apply, how we ought to read these psalms. Any questions about that? I found that fascinating. Right? So, the question becomes, do we insist that we read this in light of David, or do we need it to read the psalm? Do we need it? Let me point something else wonderful about psalms. All right? All the other parts of Scripture, All the narrative and stuff, all of that stuff in there, most of the narratives and stuff are God's word to us. God's speech to us. The prophets, it's direct preaching of God's prophets speaking God's words to God's people. The laws are God's ethical revelation to his people. Right? Psalms is really the one place where we see the human response to God. Right? This is where we speak out. This is where, biblical psalmists speak out of their lives back to God. That's worship, isn't it? That's worship. All right? So we were asking questions about Psalms earlier, and I'm getting back, I'm slowly moving this back around so we can start interpreting. I've got about 15, 20 minutes. Okay. So we were talking about something. What is it that makes poetry what it is? Imagery. Highly evocative imagery. Right? How many of you have read Song of Songs? Yeah. Awesome book. Awesome book. We don't teach it enough. If God, look, the first command, the very first command that God gave human beings was what? Be fruitful, multiply, and fill the earth. Make babies and make lots of them. In chapter 2, it tells it, and enjoy doing it. Why wouldn't God have a book dedicated to the love between a man and a woman? But you certainly won't want to tell your wife, yeah, baby, your neck looks like a giraffe's neck. Right? Well, it wouldn't go over too well, would it? So imagery is hugely important. But you know, when you read it and you read it in context, you know what it's evoking. Right? In that culture, to tell a woman you've got a long, beautiful, long neck, it's like a beautiful tower, smooth ivory tower. Yeah, man, guys, take notes, guys. Take notes. Yeah. So, you know, they use that kind of imagery because it is evocative. It moves us to think. It moves us to look closer, and it draws us in. You know, another one is hyperbole. What is hyperbole? Took me for years to quit pronouncing hyperbole. Hyperbole is overstatement in order to make an assertion, right? This is funny. When I first went to Gateway, with my southern accent, I walk in and I'm teaching, and I was talking to them about playing baseball. Now, about a third of my class were Korean. I mean, these were South Koreans who were, you know, they were there to study. Probably weren't going to stay in the U.S. They were going to go back. So their English skills are limited. Right? So I'm in there talking. I'm talking about how bad of a hitter I was. Right? You know, in college, if you hit 315, you're not even average. The good guys, the guys that are going to go on and play minor league ball are hitting 420. You know, they're up there. So I was mediocre at best. And but I was telling them, and I said, guys, I couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a shotgun, with a scatter gun. And all of a sudden, there's just this dumbfounded silence out there. And they're looking at him, and they start back and forth. And somebody goes, "Excuse me, Professor." And I mean, look, Koreans do not ask questions. They do not press. The teacher is right. You don't. That's an authoritative stance. You know. So it took a lot of guts to ask, what is a scatter gun? Now, if you also know, Koreans hate guns. They really do not like guns. So, you know, I had to explain, okay, scatter gun. So, and I had to describe what a shotgun shell was, and you know how it was, and a shotgun is done, so you shoot these things come out. So it scatters, a scatter gun. Oh. And then the other guy thought for a second, raised his hand and says, "Why would you shoot a barn?" Right? So I had to explain what's the broad side of a barn. It's a big thing, and if I'm standing right in front of you, you'd think I'd hit it, right? So, and I still don't think they've got it to this day. Right? But it's overstatement in order to say I wasn't a very good hitter. Much poetry. And guys, this is where we really have to be attentive and have to be careful, because there's a great deal of overstatement that if you take it too literally, you're missing the point. You're misapplying and misusing the text. Right? So you've always got to be careful. That's why I said earlier, you don't read narrative like you read poetry. You don't read poetry like you read laws. They're different literature, and their intentionality is different. What they're trying to accomplish is different. Laws are trying to set a basis for us to live our lives in obedience to God, right? Torah is, and you know the word Torah means law, is the way we translate it. I think there's a better word, instruction. It can either mean either one. And I think instruction is better than law, because when I say law, what do you think? Well, sir, can I see your driver's license? And you're thinking that. I think that what law does is it sets boundaries around our lives. It says God's people, we have a lot of freedom, guys. God says don't murder, right? So you shall not kill, you shall not murder. But you do you kind of look at the inverse of that, and it's have an overabundant joy and respect for life, right? Don't commit adultery. Don't have sex with other people's spouses, but enjoy the heck out of your own spouse. Don't steal. Don't take other people's stuff, but enjoy the blessing of the stuff God's given you. Do you see the boundaries that sets around life? So that's what law, that's the intention of law. This is more of an expression that comes out of life. Sometimes Psalms and poetry use the kind of language that they do in order to give the most expressive expression. That's great. Give the deepest expression of your commitment to God. Or sometimes in the Psalms, it's lament. I'm so sorry. My bones are being crushed within me. We read something like that here in a little bit. Well, literally, their bones are not being crushed. But what's he trying to say? I feel the weight of my sin. Right? So hyperbole. You've got to be aware of the way and things. So we've got parallelism. We've got imagery and symbolism. We've got hyperbole. There are all sorts of different ways that Hebrew poetry expresses itself. And look, this may be the first time you've heard it, but you know something? It's out there. If you're interested in learning about poetry, you should just go to your little, are you wondering about AI, about how to use AI at all? Or you just don't care? Let me tell you something. One of the things we have to contend with at seminary is, are students going to use AI to write their papers? Yes. Yes. So fighting that is useless. Why fight it? What I would rather do is say, look, why don't you use this as a tool to give you better and to inform you in the way you do your paper, instead of writing the paper for you. Because if I get one back, and I tell them this, if I get a paper back, and guys, AI, the ones that write the papers, they all talk the same way. You read enough of it, you get the language. If I see that you've done that, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up a meeting. You're going to get an F on the paper until we set up a meeting, and I can ask you directed questions about your topic. And if you can't answer them, then the trouble's going to start. You guys are being called into the ministry of Jesus Christ. You can't be liars and cheats. And I'm going to hold you to it, right? So, but what AI does do is you ask it a question. If you ask it a broad question, it'll give you very broad response. If you ask specific questions, say, go in, give me a fairly simple to understand discussion about Hebrew poetry. You will get one of the most amazing treatments. Now, don't trust the sources it cites. I've had them make it up. Not only did they make up, they made up the author. So, but don't trust the sources they cite. But for the most part, the information it'll give you will be very helpful. Guys, you've got an opportunity to learn stuff that has always been out of your reach. You just got to be disciplined with it. But yeah, if you want to understand how to interpret Hebrew poetry, and it's worth it. it will deeply enrich your personal walk with the Lord as you read through the Psalms. I usually do, at least one psalm a week or so in my quiet time. As you read through it, once you begin to understand how Hebrew poetry, all of a sudden, new insight, deeper insight will begin to emerge about it. Okay, so we've got all that. If you could put the Word document back up. There we go. It stuck its head around the corner and peeked at us there for a second. There we go. So this diagram is a little bit different than the other one. Do you see the little arrow? I'm indicating the grammatical relationship. The first one was structural, just showing you A, B, B, A, just kind of showing you that little thing there. This one is more grammatical. So the verb is be gracious. And the next line, according to your faithful love, shows the manner in which God is being asked to be gracious. Right? And so that's why I've got it indented. And then the next one, according to your abundant compassion, is giving the manner in which God is being asked to blot out rebellion. There. So you never knew how important grammar and syntax and stuff like that was. Guys, this is language. When you read your Bible, you're reading language. And the best way to understand and get the most out of it is to understand something about the grammar and syntax. Because it helps you understand, why is this so? Why is this here? Well, it's because he's wanting to explain, when he says, be gracious to me, the manner in which the grace is to be delivered is according to what? Your faithful love. All right, let's look a little bit at some of the words here. So you can see I got the grace starred out there. Grace is most often given in order to enhance the relationship between God and a sinner. Have you ever thought of grace that way? We think of it in legal terms, right? Death is the penalty for my sin. Christ's sacrificial death on the cross and his resurrection are an expression of God's grace. I don't warrant it, I don't deserve it, and that's usually where we go with it. But we rarely think of it in terms of that. All right? So when we think about it in terms of a lost person, it enhances the relationship between God and a lost person, doesn't it? It establishes a relationship that actually never existed. But here's another truth about Psalms. They are not for lost people. Psalms were not written for lost people. They were written for the people of God, by the people of God. They were done in worship, right? Maybe every once in a while you might get one. In fact, most of our hymns, most of our Baptist hymns, you know where the tunes came from? Bar songs. Bar songs. They came right out of the bar house. Tells you where Baptists were for a time, doesn't it? Right? Of course, no Methodist ever saw a Baptist there. Right? Grace is most often given in order to enhance the relationship between God and a sinner. And think of this in terms of the believer. If this is David, okay, then this is about the relationship between God and his man David. It's not about a lost person. Right? Here's another truth about Psalms. They are intentionally not historically specific. Read them. You will read them refer to certain historical events, but the context in which the psalm itself was composed, we really don't know. Why is that? Why do you think that is? It's not as important. What were they meant to be? A timeless worship, source of expression of worship. In other words, by not tying it to any specific historical event, all of a sudden it's universalized. Jews going anywhere in the world could open up these psalms and they could worship wherever they were. Christians, as they're spreading out through the world, they could open up these psalms and they could worship God in any time and place, and these truths are applicable no matter where they are. Right? If you're restricted historically, sometimes the truths are really harder to deal with. But this is worship. This is not intended to be secret stuff. This is intended to be things that people open up and accept for themselves and share with one another. They were done in a community, as a community, for the community. So that's really important. So grace is most often given in order to enhance the relationship between God and the sinner. But you know what's another outcome of that? It enhances the relationship between sinner and sinner, between believer and believer. All right. So we worship together. We grapple with the significance and meaning of these things together. We grapple with, so how should this transform me in the way I act? So that word, and then look at the word blot out. You see I got off, wipe away. Now, I want to talk about something, and then we'll take a break here in a minute. But we're going to do some rabbit chasing today. Now, let's face it, sometimes the rabbits are the most fun part, right? So, how many of you have ever heard the word Yom Kippur? What is it? What does it mean? The Day of Atonement. Yom is the Hebrew word for day. Kippur is a noun that means reconciliation, bringing back together. All right? But it's interesting that most of us are taught that word, when we read in Leviticus, for instance, when we read to make atonement, we're taught that it means to cover over. Right? That word, the Hebrew word we translate actually means to cover over. So that when the priest does the sacrifice on the altar, he's covering over the sin so God no longer sees it. Have you heard that before? Wow, this may be the first time that most of the people have never heard that. That's predominantly the one that all my students come in with that view. I don't think so. I don't think that's what it means. All right? Now, the reason they say that is you go back to Genesis 6 when God gives Noah the instructions for building the ark. And that may be the first time I've ever said Noah instead of Moses in that thing. I always do that. But it's momentous. We ought to mark this down. But when God gave Noah the instructions for building the ark, he said, cover it over. And it's one form of the same root as atonement. And it means to cover over the boat with kofar. You hear the Hebrew root is kafar, the verb. The noun, tar or pitch, is kofar. Cover over stuff. Right? So kafar it with kofar. And so they assume that because that one form of the verb means cover over, that every form has that basic meaning. It's not true. In usage, what that word means when you get to the book of Leviticus, it's a different form of the verb. It's spelled different, and so forth. But when you get there, what it means is to wipe away, to erase, to eliminate. The theological word is expiate. How many of you heard that? Good. Don't worry about it. Throw it away. You may never need it again. But it means to wipe away, to eliminate. Why is that important? Because I contend that if all you're doing when a priest goes in, if all he's doing is going to the altar and spreading blood over sin or whatever contamination he needs to eliminate in order to proceed, he's not eliminating it. The contamination is still there. Is that what God did with you? When you went in, when you accepted Jesus Christ, did he simply just cover over your sin with the blood of Christ and say we're done? What does he do? East is the west, removes the fire. And that's an Old Testament concept, by the way, right? And we're going to see this repeatedly in here. This is why I'm kind of setting this stage here. If a woman in her monthly cycle ended up being, she was considered ritually unclean. She had to go outside the camp until her period stopped, and then they could go in and they could cleanse her. Right? Then the priest had to go out and perform. It was called the purification offering, or the chatat. Say that with me. Chatat. Chatat. Chatat means sin, sin offering, but in this case, what's its application? It's purification, right? Also, if they ended up with some kind of fungal growth or something, psoriasis or something they had to go outside the camp until it was dried up, and then they performed this rite. Well, when we go into the holy place, or any of the altars, when they had to purify them, they went in, and it's the same word for the outside the camp, purification. It's a purification offering to get the altars ready for service. And if all you're doing when you go in there is covering up the contamination, they're still dirty, aren't they? So the application is not to cover over what's there, it's to eliminate it. And then the imagery gets even sharper once you get into the Holy of Holies. Because there, it's the sin of individuals, of human beings. It's not simply covered over. If we're being consistent, it's erased, it's taken away. And do you remember the symbolism that they used to indicate that the sins of Israel were being carried away on the Day of Atonement? 2 goats. They had one goat that was called the sacrificial goat. That's the one they took in, they slaughtered, they took the blood, spattered it on the Holy of Holies, and that eliminated Israel's sin for that year. But the other one was called the scapegoat. Y'all have all heard that word, the scapegoat. And what the priest did is he went in and he laid hands and he confessed the sins of Israel and notionally transferred those sins to the goat and then sent it out in the wilderness. We have no idea where it went. They called it the Azazel. It's going to Azazel. No idea what Azazel is. No idea where it is. The idea is the goat went to Timbuktu, just disappeared. He was gone. The sin was gone. Now that's hugely important for this psalm, because as you're saying, when we come back, we're going to take our break here in a second. But when we come back, I'm going to have you guys spend a few minutes reading through it at least once, twice if you can. Our biggest problem with understanding Scripture is we do not read it. We wait for somebody to come and tell us what it is and to read it for us and to tell us what it means. You want to know what God's Word says. You want God to speak to your heart. Read it. Okay, let's take a break, and then we'll come back.
There's some fresh fruit, vegetables, cookies, soft drinks, and water.
Thank you. Where is it? That way? Where's the bathroom?
It's over there.
Through the door to the left.
That way. Okay, good deal. Oh. Yeah, nobody wants to hear that.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to get started again. And as we get started, and you're enjoying all your treats and things of that nature, I did want to point something out. I like doing this. This is prettier than most men events we ever have. And you can thank two people on this. You can thank Pete Ramirez, who they had a meeting here on Thursday.
Pistol Pete.
And he's the executive director for our Southern Baptist Convention here in California. And then my wife and her team and Judy and her mom and all that, they came in and decorated for that and then said, why don't you leave it for the guys as long as they don't touch stuff? So you guys got a little bit nicer environment than normally we would have for a Brokon. A little more fallish and all that jazz, but a little foo-foo-y, as Wes said, yes. So, are you guys enjoying yourselves so far?
Yeah. Good.
Okay. I'm going to encourage you to do something I don't normally encourage during the sermon on Sunday morning. Interrupt this man. I'm serious. Ask questions. You're like, I don't get it. You know, this is why we're here. We're here to grow. If we don't understand how this works and how God is working through it in our lives, how can you apply it to your life? And if you can't apply it to your life, you can't live the way God wants you to. So interrupt him. Raise your hand. I mean, don't be rude and jump up and yell and scream. But raise your hand and ask questions as we're going through this. Not you. But everybody else. No, this is a chance for you guys to grow and a resource, a blessing we have in his knowledge and experience. So with that said, sir, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. And I want to second what he said. I do not like stand up in lecture classrooms. Look, I deal with adult learners. Our average student is 34 years old. These are not 18 to 22-year-old young men and women. These are adults, many of them second career, and they don't like to be lectured to. They don't learn best when you lecture to them. What you do, my approach is, let's give them the boundaries. Let's say this is what, and here's what I want you to learn. And I'll spend the first few minutes in class with the objectives up on the board and walk through them and say this is what. But I also have something that I want them to be able to do. All right, it's not enough just to know stuff. If you can't do stuff with it, it's not any good, right? So one of my main goals here is to give you some clues about interpreting these Psalms for yourself. Right? Now, I've got 30 years worth of study and stuff like that, so this is second nature to me. For many of you, this is going to be new. You won't learn to do it. You won't learn the basics if you don't ask the question. So look, once I get started, it's not hard to shut me up. I just got to know you got a question. All right? So I will put on the brakes, and I may have to ask you, so where was I before we answer this question? I may have to back up and restart again. You don't worry about it. This is your time. Guys, I'm here to serve you, and I'm here to help get what you want. So let's put this into practice. Any questions so far? Anything bouncing around in your heads already? Yeah. Why would you shoot a barn? Oh, smart aleck.
Yeah, that's property damage.
Yeah. Because just out of spite. There you go. Yeah.
So you're saying, right, all these were added as like the headers
Yeah.
to the choir master, but also like the context where it says, creating me a clean heart, O God. Now, are you supposed to keep that in your mind even though it wasn't part of the original text? Does it stray away? I mean,
No.
as you read that,
Oh.
why were those added? Because that's to keep your mind and your heart.
Okay, so the only part I'm saying was added later is this notion up here. Sometimes they've got them listed as verse 1, where it says, for the choir director, a Davidic psalm, when Nathan the prophet came to him after he had gone to Bathsheba. The actual psalm begins, be gracious to me.
Okay, but like in mine, it says like, the context is created me a clean heart, O God.
Oh, okay. So
is that the overall theme you're supposed to
Okay.
keep as you contextualize each word?
that is the theme that the publishers of that particular text put in there. So look, let me tell you this. The only thing that was original was there were no verse numbers. There were no chapter numbers. In fact, In Hebrew, there weren't even any vowels until about the 9th century AD. They remembered it all, right? The oral tradition, we talked about that. They were very, very committed. It's amazing how well they were able to preserve all this. But the fact is that, I mean, they didn't even divide them into nice separate lines like we've got it in your Bibles there. Because it was so expensive to do writing materials, they used every available amount of space they could. They didn't even put divisions between words. They started on the right, and they put letters until they ran to the end, and then they dropped down to the next line, and they went to the end. And it was tradition. It was their tradition and knowledge of where words and phrases need to be broken. And those oral clues, like I was talking about a while ago, that enabled them to preserve. And so that's why we've got, but even now, you go look at some translations will take Genesis, the flood story. Some of them will treat it as narrative. Others will break it down into poetic structures. And that's because we're not entirely certain which. In Hebrew, sometimes it's not easy to distinguish between poetry and prose. There can be such similarities between them that it's hard to distinguish. So see, we act like we know so much, but quite frankly, the reality is that there's some things we simply don't know about. So those headings and things like that, like this right here, that is added by the publisher. Okay. When we were doing the Holman Christian Standard Bible translation, ours was, you can see here, we did a prayer for restoration, right? And then, right, and so those are what the groups of translators put in.
For that specific.
Right, right, but it doesn't mean, and the number 51, that's a later convention. Mm-hmm. They probably had a different name for it through Jewish tradition. Yeah. So, yeah.
So, you were talking about Yom Kippur.
Mm-hmm.
If I remembered it correctly, that's the Day of Atonement,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't know that. And I think you alluded to that it was seen as covering up the sin of the people.
Some people have said, I don't believe that.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Right.
You specified that. You made the point of the pitch on the ark, as that's where that may have come from. And just a thought that went through my mind, how does God remove our sin then and not cover it up, yet leave us in a sinful body? Where's that line?
Right. Well, and that goes back to Genesis. And God, you and I could have a long conversation on this. That goes back to the fall. We know that man and woman both are created in the image of God, which tells us God ain't male or female, right? But that masculinity and femininity are both part of the image of God, right? So we're created in the image of God, and there's something about us that in intercourse, actually, that may be the time when we're most like God again. It's a weird thing. I wouldn't go write a treatise on that. But if you think about it, we are joining the image of God in a way that, but at the same time, so what happens is when you've got the fall, something in that image is warped, is broken, is changed. And you see the immediate effect. When it says, and God walked in the garden, that verb that's used there is, well, as it was his custom, God came to walk in the evening. And I can just see Adam and Eve normally running out there like little elves, dancing around his feet and celebrating, Lord, guess what we did today? Well, not this time. They hear him and they scatter like cockroaches. So immediately something is broken in the relationship with God, right? And then as soon as God confronts Adam, what does he do? Well, that woman you gave me. And she doesn't lead me astray, Lord. It ain't my fault. But you see the broken relationship between the man and the woman, which really is reflected in how we human beings. And then when God is doing the curse, look, ground's no longer going to be easy for you, dude. From now on, the earth is going to fight back. And so everything about our lives, we are at odds with, right? Yeah. Well, and this is interesting. Has that changed? Are we still God's stewards even in this? And that's a good question. That is a really important, modern kind of ethical kind of question. And I forgot completely what your question was.
How do we remove our sin, cover our sin, yet leave us in this sinful body?
It fell off. Well, I've got the microphone here. I think I can hook it back up myself. So the only time that we're ever going to see that restored is Revelation 21. New heaven and a new earth, no more pain. Look, there are things, even though our salvation has been accomplished in the death and resurrection of Christ, and by the way, there is no salvation in the cross alone. If there is no resurrection, just like Paul said, if there is no resurrection, then we're still dead in our sin, right? So those things have to work. And please. Read that for me. Well, I can't.
How does God, if He's not covering up our sin, if He's actually forgiving us, which I believe He is forgiving us, but we're still in this sinful body. So, and the line I'm looking for is, obviously we keep on sinning because that's our nature, but the forgiveness that we so seek every time that, well, either we realize we've sinned or sometimes we don't realize we've sinned. But all that forgiveness that we're seeking, if God's not covering it over, he can't look at us as the sinners. Right?
Why can't He look at us?
Well,
is sin stronger? Here's my point, and I'll get to let me just answer this, and then I'll let you have the floor. All right. It's important to realize that God can look at sin. God looks at the Tower of Babel, the people of Tower of Babel, and He goes down to deal with it. If God cannot tolerate sin, if God has to turn His back and can't look at it, then sin has power over God.
so then my question is even stronger. If He's not covering it over, if He's actually forgiving us, why did He leave us here?
Because it occurs in the flesh. We're not resurrected yet.
Yeah, because of the finiteness.
Yeah.
So our perception is different than God. The reconciliation is not in the moment, but in the fullness of Christ. Right. So the gentleman over here referenced Romans 7.
Yeah.
Romans 7, at the end of that, I think is what you're talking about. You're talking about the struggle of sin that Paul had, where he says, I know what I should do, but yet I still do what I shouldn't, right?
Right.
But remember, in the midst of that, he doesn't stop in that part. He goes to Romans 8:1, where he says there's no condemnation for those who are what?
In Christ Jesus. Right.
We are being sanctified, being made right, but when we are fully in Christ, and correct me if I'm wrong, when we're fully in Christ at that point, it'll be when we are face to face with Christ.
Right. There is always an already and a not yet.
That's it.
In other words, what is now is not going to change yet. Right? And look, guys, one of the most shocking and painful things. I was on vacation for the first time in 36 years. My wife and I went off by ourselves for more than 2 days. We were in Florida last week when Charlie Kirk was shot. One of the most shocking kind of things for me. And this is what we live with in this world, right? It's unjust, but we don't live in a world that's built on justice. We worship a God who is, and our hope cannot be in what's taking place here under the sun. We cannot allow politics. We cannot allow world events. Nothing in any of that is going to save us. There's not a politician in this world who has ever existed who has the keys to salvation. Our hope has to be beyond. It has to look beyond. It has to look above the horizon and look to eternity. Otherwise, this great commission we do is useless. Yeah. Let me get back to my brother over here. Oh, okay. Yeah.
What he's speaking about, and what he said, I like
and it holds true for me. We, as far as sinful nature and whatnot goes, a lot of people stray away from the Word of God, even if it's temporary. I want to say, I'm just going to say for myself, right?
Right.
Is because the word abundance is in the Bible. You know what I mean? And we want, if God's cool when He's there, man, how come I have a new car and a new house?
Mm.
You know what I mean? It's not gracefully, you know. We need to pace ourselves. Gracefully it'll come. But that's us being men,
Mhm.
stubborn, and being, come on, God, where you at, man? You know what I mean? But God, little do we know, He's in the background working a billion miles an hour for us, and we can't keep up to His pace. But we could through great classes, and you guys taking your Saturdays to
Yeah.
teach us, and fellow brothers here, we're all picking something
Yeah.
up, and what
Good.
this gentleman just said right now, I picked it up. I just want to put a little bit more terms so maybe some other people can understand a little bit better.
Good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Danny.
Yeah, no, what I was kind of picking up so far is really so deep, which I think we all agree the Word of God is it's got depth we can't understand. But just hearing it in its sound, you know, I was thinking to myself when you were speaking about how Hebrew has those sound, or you know, the language does. And if somebody were to tell you maybe something about me and you don't know me, how would you know that doesn't sound like Danny?
Yeah.
Picking up a way to understand somebody, and if someone were to talk about his spouse, even if it was that doesn't sound like my wife. And so I know that like, we can look and go, how do we understand if it says, you know, He washes our sin or He covers our sin? But I was thinking about Ephesians 5:26. I'll read it. It says, He did this to make her holy by washing her in a bath of water with the Word, and talked about sanctifying. When you brought that up about the person who said, I can't smoke weed anymore.
Yeah.
The sanctification process started because you delivered words that hit home of he doesn't understand what it is to be a father. He wanted to understand it, and that grabbed a sound to him to lure him to the Father. And then Jesus was presented to him through you. And then sanctification process began.
It's amazing to
because of that.
watch.
But it wasn't a verbal verbiage that brought that person to repentance. It was that sound of God coming into that person's life the way they needed to hear it.
You want to know one of the key things for you individually and for you as men who know each other and stuff like that? Be patient. Be patient. Because you know what? Kids don't grow. When I used to coach, when I first started coaching back in high school, they gave me the 7, 8, 9-year-old, right? You talk about herding squirrels. I mean, you know, they're old enough, they're not running to third base when they hit the ball anymore, but they don't know fundamentals. And then you've got the one kid who came into the world knowing how to catch a fly ball, you know. But you don't have kids that move at the same pace, that learn at the same pace, and you've got to be patient, and you've got to learn that, yeah, you can handle people at different levels in different places all at the same time. You have no choice. So, you know, be patient. It's learning not to be so bent on winning this person to Jesus that you run over them. The connection, and we'll get back to Psalms in a minute, but the connection that you make with people anymore is far more important than what you believe about the gospel. Because people will not listen if they don't know you and they don't trust you. One example, and then we'll get back to Psalm 51. We lived up in the Bay Area for 14 years up there. And guys, I don't know what it is here, but less than 2, maybe 3% of the people in the entire Bay Area up there even claim to be Christian. There's a real hardness to the gospel and to Christian, and the word Christian sets people off. When I first moved there, I was down, we had this trail along and it's beautiful. It was just beautiful. I mean, we could see back out across the bay. I don't know if y'all were ever on the Golden Gate campus up there, but it was stunning. And we'd go down, and they had what they called the spit walk, and walk along the spit and stuff like that. Well, I met this gay couple. They'd been married. They'd been together since 1969. So they were long-term. This is in the 2000s, so they'd been together for a long, long time. And when they found out I was an Old Testament professor, one of the first things they asked, they were really interested. And so we sat and talked, and that first day we talked about 2 hours. And you know what the question they asked me? Why does God hate us? Why does God hate gay people? I spent 14 years walking through Leviticus, the Old Testament, walking into the New Testament, explaining to them what, and starting back in Genesis. Look, guys, whatever this is, whatever is, this was God's intention here. Genesis 1, 20, 26 through 28 here, male and female who created them. This was God's intention. After the fall, and this is what Christianity believes, this is where we center our beliefs. After the fall, there's a problem that arises in that. That's why a heterosexual man can be every bit as much as a sinner in God's eyes as a homosexual man can. Right? And we're all broken in this way. One of those men, over those years, 10 times, in tears, this close to accepting Christ. The other one resented me from the day he met me. You know what kept that man, all those years, you know what kept that man from stepping over the line? If I accept Jesus, I'm going to have to leave the man I love. Right? I never condemned their homosexuality. We talked about it in terms of what God did, but I connected. And 14 years. And the day I left, that guy condemned himself to eternity, to an eternity apart from Christ, because he made his choice. Now, who knows? He may have decided different here recently, but that's not for us to decide. Be patient. Young men, do you realize that right now there is an awakening among this latest Gen Z? It's amazing. I go and do a pro-life presentation at a school in San Rafael, up in the Bay, up in Marin County. It's Marin Academy. It's a very liberal prep school, but they have me in to give a pro-life perspective to their 10th grade students. I'm usually there 3 days. I speak to 6 to 8 classes. The last 3 years, and this year in particular, I've had more students. They always send me thank you cards. And I've had more students say, it's so good to have someone that comes and affirms my faith. And the teachers actually told me that probably 25% of our students that are coming in are Christians. And they share your view, and it's changing our culture here. And guys, we've got a group of folks that are coming up that are serious about the gospel. They're being discipled somewhere in one of the most godless places in the United States. They're being discipled by somebody. And they're going to be 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old young people going to hostile environments in colleges. We got to come alongside. We got to be patient. We got to allow them to challenge and question and grow. But we're seeing a movement, the beginning of a movement here, guys, like we've not seen. It does, exactly. It doesn't need to be blared out over TV. Guys, let's pray for the slow burn. Let's pray that it stays under the ground, because this is how the gospel spread through the Roman Empire. It's how the gospel is spreading in China. It's how it's spreading in Indonesia. It's how it's spreading throughout the Middle East. It's not because people are out trumpeting it and making it an internet sensation. Right? Patience. Yeah.
I think, going through a time of great sin, God does what? Even greater grace.
Yep. I do too, and it's great. Let's turn to this before we run out. God, it's already 12 o'clock. Okay. So let's look at the first 5 verses. All right. I was going to have you read through here, but let's read through the first 5 verses. Be gracious to me, God, according to your faithful love, according to your abundant compassion, Blot out my rebellion. Now look, I know they've got verse 1 and then they stop and they begin verse 2. Verse 2 needs to be read in line with blot out. Okay? Be gracious. See what it says there? Grace is about enhancing a relationship between God and the sinner. Right? So what is going on with the blotting out, the washing away, and the cleansing? What's going on there? Well, this is the manner in which God enhances our relationship with Him, right? What separates us from God? What creates dissonance between us and our God? Sin. Rebellion, right? Let's talk about these different words here. That word rebellion means it means you're moving against someone who's in authority. You'll also read it trespass sometimes, because it's a very clearly laid boundary. It's an authoritative boundary that's been laid, and it's transgressing, stepping across the boundary, right? The next word, guilt. Now, this one is interesting. It can also be the most confusing. The word wash away, let's not do wash away, let's do the guilt part. So the liability to be punished for a fault, a sin, an act, or an omission, unless there's forgiveness or atonement. Did you see it? The liability to be punished. It's not necessarily a particular sin. It's that you stand liable for punishment. Right? Whatever you've done, it makes you guilty. It puts you in the position where you're in the crosshairs. Right? It's like somebody that's being investigated by the FBI for something, right? They're in the crosshairs. They're not prosecuted yet, but they're in the crosshairs. So the next one is really interesting. Look at that. The term normally concerns an objective fact, not a subjective feeling, right? In other words, it's got the technical word, it's got a much more forensic lean to it. It's got a very legal, it's embedded in legal proceedings, this idea of guilt. So look at the next one. The two roots, awa means to twist, and the other meaning to go astray. Not in the sense of accidentally losing one's way, but of deliberately choosing the wrong road. In other words, I come to a crossroads, right? I'm playing soccer with your pumpkins here. You come to a choice of action, right? I walk in and I'm a gun guy, right? I see a Glock 43X here, and I see a Beretta 92 FS right here, and I'm standing there, and I just kind of reach over and slide that Beretta into my back pocket and go out. I got a choice, don't I? To steal or not to steal. Yeah, I know there's a choice between guns, but they're both right there. I could take either one, right? But the underlying sin is the sin. I had the choice of one way to go. You know all the different temptations we face. We know the crossroads that we constantly face, right? And that's what that second meaning is. A passage such as Jeremiah 3:21 suggests that people could be aware of the latter connotation. Sin involves skewing one's way, but awon might also suggest the idea of perversity, right? In other words, what is perverse thought? It's a thought that, Genesis 6:1-8, it's that constant diversion from the truth, from the right choice and stuff like that. You pervert yourself so that you cannot choose, almost get to the point where you cannot choose the right? My son, my oldest son, just celebrated 10 years of sobriety. Came to us, one of the bravest young men I've ever known. Yes, sir. One of the bravest young men. He came to us at 17, scared to death. I'm an alcoholic. He about killed himself getting off OxyContin. He quit cold turkey a few months before, and I remember the illness. 3 weeks he was sick and could not move. When my wife found out what he had done, it scared her to death. She's a nurse. You could have died. And he said, I thought I was dying several times. But he managed to get through it. He said, but I can't quit drinking. I cannot. So he joined Alcoholics Anonymous there. And just to speak to his courage for a second, I don't know if I'll get to this or not, to watch this 17-year-old young man scared to death, number one, take the stand to tell his mom and dad what he was doing, his preacher dad, to tell him what he's doing. And second, to sell off everything he could find to get $300 together to go down to the CVS and do his reparations to try and pay for the liquor that he had stolen. Didn't even come close to what it would be. And it was so impressive. The manager took him back, said, number one, you're under 21. I cannot take your money. I cannot sell you alcohol in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And also, I cannot allow you to come back into the store. You're banned for life. He says, now, as someone who's 25 years sober, he says, this is one of the bravest things I've ever seen. And it just strikes me to watch this young man struggle like this, and knowing the road that took him there, knowing some of the things that happened when he was in middle school that took him there, which I completely forgot my train of thought there.
321 was what we were discussing.
Yeah. Perversion. Well, and yeah, I'm completely lost. The emotion caught me and it diverted me, and I'm sorry, but that's, watching this the 17-year-old young man and seeing him today it's amazing. To see. Anyway, let me move on because I've completely forgotten where I was going with that. And then sin is to miss a mark or a target. The chatat. Say that with me. Chatat. Chatat. It means to miss a mark, to fall short, right? And it's kind of what Paul has on, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. He's taking the Hebrew concept and expressing it in Greek words, right? And so the rebellion, we're not talking about three different sins that have to be dealt with in different ways, right? We're talking about sinfulness. We're talking about if you're guilty of one, you're guilty of all. And so there are not three different ways to deal with different types of sin, right? And so what God is saying is, look, be gracious. Be gracious. Lord, enhance our relationship. Wash me. Blot out. Wash me. Cleanse me. So that my relationship with you is different, is restored. That's huge. Look, we are selfish, self-guided people. We tend to want to think, well, I've sinned, forgive me, I can't do this. What's the problem that you hear there? That's probably your big problem. That's the hardest thing with a sin, and it's as natural as breathing for us as humans. It's as natural as breathing. So that's why he says, can you slide down to verse 3 for me? 3, 4, and 5? Just roll down. There you go. Now, anytime you're reading along and you see the word for, and Paul uses the word since sometimes, but this word for is based on what has been previously said, right? Look what he says. Why did I say all that? Because I'm conscious of my transgression, my rebellion. I'm conscious that I know what you told me is right, what you told me was wrong, and I've stepped over that. And my sin, my chatat, is always before me. Against you, and here is the real key. Against you, you alone I have sinned. Now, I've counseled many men and a few women who have cheated on their spouses. Okay? And one of the questions they always get right as they're coming out, the spouse doesn't know, one of the first things that I get was, should I tell my spouse? Well, where have you dealt with this yet? Have you truly dealt with, because if you're truly wanting God's grace in all of this, then you've got to realize that reconciliation with Him is the only way for you to advance beyond it. It's the only way to bring yourself under His captivity, under His control, right? And that means letting go. It doesn't mean holding tight, it means letting go. You got to, against you alone have I sinned. What was David's sin? Let's go back and let's use the context there. What was David's sin? And do you realize that neither one of those has a sacrifice? You cannot do a sacrifice for either one of those? Right? So how do you be forgiven for those? You ask. You go back to 1 Samuel, was it 2 Samuel 12, and what does David do? Nathan comes to him and tells him this story and says, yeah, this guy stole a sheep, precious to this family, and he fed his friends with it and stuff like that. What was David's response? That dude deserves to die. And Nathan goes, yeah, well, you the man. This is on you. And what does David do? Does David go running off to the temple? Wouldn't have done anything. It wasn't a temple. Wasn't a place to kill, maybe a tabernacle, but there was no sacrifice to be offered for what he had done. What did he do? Forgive me, for I have sinned. And what did Nathan tell him? Do you remember? So simple. Your sin is forgiven. You shall not die. Sin is forgiven. You shall not die. Now, I think we can look at sacrifices like, yeah, well, they just did the sacrifice. They went in there. They spread the blood and stuff like that, and sin was forgiven. No. Doesn't work that way. What is it that made the sacrifices in the Old Testament work? And sin was forgiven. Go read Leviticus. It says you do this and your sin will be forgiven. How was the sin forgiven? What was it that made that blood sacrifice work for the forgiveness of sin? The shedding of blood, but it's more than that. Confession, faith. Confession, a desire for reconciliation. Everybody that went into the place sacrificed and shed blood, right? But not everybody went in there with a heart that was seeking restoration with God. And that's the difference. That's the key to this passage. That's the key to this passage. If you want reconciliation with God, and in fact, if you want reconciliation with your the people that you love and know, right? How do you get it? How do you get that reconciliation? Right? For I was conscious of my rebellion, my sin is always before me. Against you alone have I sinned and done evil in your sight. All right, so now we're going to go to a conclusion. 4 gives an explanation for what he said in verses 1 and 2. When we get down here in the middle of verse 4, you see, so. He's fixing to give us a conclusion. So, you are right when you pass sentence. You are blameless when you judge. And then we got one of these, this is called a focus particle. That's a good fancy word, isn't it? A focus particle. Say that with me, focus particle. Now, we need to learn that in about 15 different languages, right? But it's a focus particle because what it does is it takes everything that's been said and it focuses it down in this moment. So the first main point in this passage is right here. Indeed, I was guilty when I was born. I was sinful when my mother conceived me. Now, here's where we have to ask ourselves, how literally do we read this? Look, we're good Baptists, right? We got a good Reformed background to us. We believe in total depravity, right? Is that what this is talking about? Remember what I said about imagery, about hyperbole. Maybe it's talking about total depravity. I certainly like it. I like to be, as I was guilty when I was born, dead in my sin. It's easy for me. It flows right off my lips. But I think at the very least we can say this: I'm a sinner. And the hyperbole simply is a way, maybe, and I'm not going to be dogmatic here, but it may be a way of simply reinforcing the one thing that's true no matter what your theological orientation is on this. We are all sinners. We are all sinners. And we are all condemned because of that sin. Right? And the rest of this passage, the rest of the passage really is about how does this work out? What does it look like? Right? And just, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and start winding down here real quick, but I wanted to speak, if I could, for a second about how do we respond in such a highly, I can't see y'all, I'm gonna have to get back here. How do we respond in such a highly charged political and cultural atmosphere? What is our job as Christians? Because guys, I know what I want to do. Right? I know what I'm ready to do. But I don't think that's necessarily what Christ has set out for us to do. And I would normally not preach this way, but in my devotion, right after Charlie Kirk was shot, I was saying, Lord, how should I respond to this? Can you imagine a 31-year-old? You want to know a truth here? There's a lot of questions about really what kind of guy. Do we really know what kind of guy he was? Number one, you want to know a lot about a man? Look at how he looks at his wife and how he talks about his wife. You want to really know deep stuff? How does his wife look at him and what does she say about him? And in watching the memorials and things like that I've seen posted about him, I have been so struck. I'd never seen a time where when they were engaged with each other, where there wasn't this magnetic eye contact and this bond there, right? That's free. I'm not going to charge for that. That just really struck me deeply there. But I want you to listen. How do we respond? What is our responsibility? And this is in the context of in 1 Peter chapter 2. Where, I'm going to read verses 19 through 25. But just to let you know, the context of this is when Peter is talking to slaves about how they should respond to their masters. Right? And these are Christian slaves. And whether their masters are Christians or not, they still, as part of their social obligation, they were required to behave in certain ways. And boy, this is a difficult thing for us to hear in this culture, right? Because slavery was as bad as it was in the ancient world. It's nothing like we had here. And so this is poignant for us. This is hard. But I'm going to skip over verse 18. I want to read verse 19 through 25. For it brings favor if mindful of God's will, someone endures grief from suffering justly, or from suffering unjustly. Did you hear that? Listen closely again. For it brings favor from God, it brings favor if, mindful of God's will, someone endures grief from suffering unjustly, from unjust suffering. For what credit is there if you sin and are punished and you endure it? Right? You get a spanking, get sent to your room, get spanking, get your bicycle taken away. What greater impact? But when you do what is good and suffer, right? You expect to get punished when you're bad. But when you do right and you suffer and you endure it, this brings favor with God. Now, I want you to listen to this hymn. This was one of the hymns that they sang in the ancient church. For you were called to this because Christ also suffered for you, leaving you an example so that you should follow in his steps. He did not commit sin, and no deceit was found in his mouth. And when he was reviled, he did not revile in return. When he was suffering, he did not threaten, but he entrusted himself to the one who judges justly. He himself bore our sins, his body on the tree, so that having died to sins, we might live for righteousness. You have been You have been healed by his wounds. Oh, I lost track of it. Yeah, you have been healed by his wounds. For you were like sheep going astray, but you have now returned to the shepherd and guardian of your souls. Remember, Paul is not writing this to lost people. He's writing this to save people. And he's writing this to save people who are suffering. Go back and read about him talking about the trial and being put through the furnace and being refined, being burned down to the very basic of who we are, so that we can be righteous people with God. This needs to be what determines our behavior and our reactions in this world. Look, if tomorrow our entire civilization collapses, do you know there are places where they can't dream of a First or Second Amendment? Do you know there are places in this world where Christians today are living underground, meeting in churches and quiet places, and we get to do this. Even in California, we get to do this. Right? It's pretty astounding. It's amazing. I got to quit sitting down. It's amazing that we get to do this, but the time will come when all that goes away. What does that mean? It means we have to realize we've always got that one thing that God has told us to do. We got one job in this world, and it is the only job. Go, therefore, into all the world and make disciples, baptizing them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to observe all things that I've commanded you. That is what our mission is. Everything else is completely secondary. And what this psalm is about, really, it can serve as the basis for helping us understand how we stay fine-tuned to do that. All right, we'll come back and we'll pick up the next part here in a minute. Here after lunch, I guess.
We're going to get started again, and we always put together these schedules. We try to be conscientious of your guys' time. There are 2 points of having these Brokons. One of them is to get great teaching. We want to give you an opportunity to hear someone outside of the norm that maybe even has some kind of specialty ability or teaching. The second is we want you to build relationships. The reality of most of you when you leave here is you're going to face a whole lot of things that are not going to be encouraging to your faith. And if you go and try to face that alone, then you're going to struggle with whatever is your hindrance, whatever that struggle is. So having a chance to build that relationship and that accountability here and encouragement is part of the reason that we do this. That's why we have that extra time that we've got here. So what it's looking like right now is we're going to do one more big teaching, then we're going to have a Q&A at the end that kind of challenge you on the application, and then we're going to have dinner. And during that time, we encourage you guys, make connections. If you haven't already, make connections in ways that you can carry them outside of these walls, that you can communicate and connect with each other beyond this Saturday, okay? So with that, I'm going to actually pray again real quick and just ask for God's blessing over this next area of teaching, and that God will continue to challenge us and grow us. God, we thank you so much for the opportunity to be here in your house with your body of believers, your family. And God, I don't ever assume that everybody that is hearing this teaching or hearing these words are believers. So God, if there's someone that is hearing these things and they're challenged by what it means for them, God, I pray that you would stir their heart to ask the question, to seek out what it means to give their life to you, to live their life for you. And God, for those of us that have committed that, God, I pray that this would be a challenge to live in a way that is broken, that is recognizing that we can't do what we've been called to do apart from you. God, just as David was in this moment, I pray that we would be as well humble and willing to receive your direction. God, I pray that you would speak through Greg and that you would guide his words and that you would be honored by them. God, we pray this all in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Psalm 51. We're going to pick up with verse 6. Now, definitely we need to get through verse 13. Time permitting and stuff like that, I really want to get to 17. All right? But look, you've noticed that I can find diversions where there shouldn't be any. So, but now let me read this for you. And by the way, just one more time, if you want to understand the Bible and if you want to connect to it, you got to read it. You know, I got 2 sons. Both of them at about 13 years old said this whole God thing, I'm done, you know, and have kind of walked away. It's been fun watching the ship turn. By the way, guys, being a father is a long game. You can't let yourself get too wrapped up in the moments because there are a lot of moments, especially with knuckleheads like me, right? A lot of moments for us to get, and we start worrying, we got to fix this now. A lot of these things, guys, you got to let God, you just got to trust and just let the long game unfold. It's been fun watching my oldest, watching as he's been on his own, he's been struggling, working, growing into a man. It's been fun to watch that ship start to turn. Looking at the chaos in the world around him and all those values that he thought were so good for all those years, all of a sudden he's realizing, you can't live like this. This is crazy. And he actually told me, he says, I look at the world out there, how crazy it is, and I turn around and look at the stable, calm life that you and Mom gave us and that I grew up in. He said, I want that. You know, and so it's cool. But verses 6 through 13 really teach us an ethic. Now, what's an ethic? What's an ethic? It's hard, isn't it? Is it the same thing as morals? Let me give you a definition. Let me give you a definition I work off of. An ethic is what ought to be. In other words, when God created everything, he created the world to operate in a certain way. He created righteousness and life for us to live life in a certain way, right? Adam, Eve, male and female, He created them. And you know, there's pretty specific things there. The Ten Commandments are an ethic. They are the way things ought to be. Are they always that way? No. Right? So that means that there is something besides that ethic. Morals is our response to the ethic. What is my moral response? If I'm Adam and God says, you can eat all the fruit, all the veggies, anything you want to off of these trees and stuff in this garden, but on that particular tree, you can't eat that fruit, because the day you eat it, you shall surely die. What's the ethic? Not that tree. What was the moral response? Boy, Eve sure is pretty. I'll eat anything she hands me, right? So this is the idea. This is an ethic. This is laying out what ought to be, right? And it's the thing we strive for. Ain't none of us ever going to do and be precisely what God wants us to be, right? But here's the ethic. Let me read this, beginning in verse 6. Oh, and here's another focus term, by the way. Surely, right? Now, quick, don't call me Shirley. You know, if you saw Airplane, you know where that came from. But just as far as your reading goes, do you notice? Let me read verse 5 and then go into verse 6, and I want you to notice the switch in thought that takes place. Indeed, I was guilty when I was born. I was sinful when my mother conceived me. Now, verse 6. Surely you desire integrity in the inner self. We go from this focus on this state of sin that we're born into. In verse 6, now he's talking about what God desires. Do you see the switch in topic? Pay attention. Because if you can learn to recognize those switches there, you can actually read better, right? And it's logical. Here's the thing about language, about grammar and syntax and stuff. Do you know you do it every day? Every single day when you're communicating, you're using all these grammar, all these rules and things like that you hated learning in school. You use them day in and day out. You just don't stop to label them. And it's the same thing when you're reading in the Bible, reading a psalm or reading something in the Bible. You're following rules you already know, you just don't pay attention. But when you can stop and slow yourself down long enough to recognize, oh, the psalmist is talking about something different now. See, so that way you begin to group things. 1 through 5 fit together really well. Now in my Bible, they do 6 through 13 and 14 through 17. Well, I disagree. I think 6 through 13 fits together. So you can see, and this is called structure. Now, how many of you have ever framed houses, worked on construction? Worked my way through college doing it, right? So yeah, I spent 3-4 years working cold, hot, rain, stuff, inside, outside, all sorts of stuff. And one of the important things about building a house is understanding when you're laying this out, where are the load-bearing walls, right? Because what happens if the structure is not right in the house? It crumbles, it falls apart. It's the same thing with writing like this. Someone who has done a good job of writing and has something they want to communicate is going to put a structure into it so that it makes sense, right? If I say, ice cream, I've got to, at the grocery store, my refrigerator at home. Does that make any sense at all?
No.
It's because there's no sentence structure there, right? But I need to go to the grocery store to buy some ice cream because we don't have any more in my refrigerator at home. That makes sense. It's structured. It flows. Well, it's the same thing with any kind of writing you read. And look, our biblical writers were not just people that sat down and started writing and wonderful things came out. Do you know I've done one real major publication, and I did about 6 chapters in a book, in this book. You know how long it took me and how many revisions it took me to get that right? It took me months. And then I did the editing. Then I had to go back and edit and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite. Guys like Isaiah don't write magnificent poetry in a 30-minute sit-down session. What you're reading there is the work of months and maybe even years. These Psalms that you read here, they're not just immediate cries of the heart. This guy sat down in blood, sweat, tears, and stuff as he was writing this. So it's well done, it's well structured, and it's thought out. And every word, and I believe the Holy Spirit inspired every single word, and even the choice of the types of clauses and verbs, everything in order to communicate something. All right, so that's kind of important to notice these kinds of structural elements, because structure helps us interpret. It helps us put everything in its right place. Right? So let me start over. Surely, focus part. Don't call me Shirley. Surely you desire integrity in the inner self, and you teach me wisdom deep within. Now, you notice the focus there is not on external acts. What's the focus? Internal, inside. You know, I was brought up to believe that the Old Testament and the Old Testament salvation was about obeying the law, and the New Testament is about grace. Guys, that is a lie. That is all. God has never based anything on human righteousness. Right? And the Old Testament, as we're going to see in just a moment, the Old Testament is huge on sanctification, what we call sanctification, what the Apostle Paul called sanctification. What is sanctification? Becoming like Jesus? Cleansing process. It's a cleansing process. It's that process of becoming, right? It's a fancy philosophical word. It's an existential thing, right? It's what process we go through being God's people. How do we grow toward being more like Christ? And that process of growth, the Apostle Paul called sanctification and growth. So it's a process of refinement and moving toward being in the image of Christ. And that's an internal process, right? So surely you desire what? Integrity, completeness, wholeness, integrity in the inner self, and you teach me wisdom deep within. Now, let's talk about wisdom for a minute. Area of study for me the last couple of years, and there may be something I'll write about it later on down the road. Wisdom. How do you get it? Huh? Experience, huge. But what else does Proverbs, and Proverbs tells us that. What else does Proverbs tell us about wisdom, how you get it? Ask, right? How about knowledge? You know, we really like to say, well, school can't teach you wisdom. Well, part of wisdom is the acquisition of knowledge. Because another aspect of wisdom is insight. You got to have knowledge to gain insight to things, right? My son is a Harley-Davidson mechanic, right? He can look at a Harley-Davidson engine, and because he knows all about it, you know, and he knows how things are supposed to work, he can listen and he can tell what's wrong with it just usually by listening. Diagnose it fairly easily. Me, I can know, well, there's a carburetor, and I can, there's piston housing. I can tell you all these different things. I have no idea how it all works. So I know stuff. But see, it's his experience and his superior knowledge that leads to the wisdom of being able to fix it, right? So we got experience, we got knowledge, we got understanding, we got insight. There's all these different aspects of wisdom there, but there's one thing that all of those things require. Failure. Remember this, guys, and you can use an excuse when you get in trouble at home. We learn more from our failures than we do our successes, right? So being wise isn't, you go and read Proverbs, and it's got a lot of commands. right? It's got a lot of commands in there, so we tend to think of them like laws. They're not laws, guys. They're very broad, non-specific propositions about how to look at life, right? I'm going to read something to you here from Proverbs, and you can have Proverbs 26, 4 and 5. So I'm going to read it from this Holman Christian Standard Bible because it's the best translation. 26, verses 4 through 5. I want to read this to you because this illustrates how wisdom really is supposed to work. Okay? Are you ready? Don't answer a fool according to his foolishness, or you'll be like him yourself. Don't answer a fool according to his foolishness, or you'll be like him himself. Verse 5. Answer a fool according to his foolishness, or he'll become wise in his own eyes. So let me ask you, which is it? Do you or do you not answer a fool? Contradiction right there on the pages, guys.
I answer a fool.
Yeah. How many times have you been on Facebook and felt compelled to go in there and get in a Facebook argument with somebody over some political thing? Anybody ever win? No. Right? So as foolish as you may think they are, you're out there, oh, I got the most convincing. I say this, and he's going to change his mind. Everybody in the world is going to capitulate to this, right? And you write it, and then, wah, 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 right? It just doesn't work that well. So the question is, do you or do you not answer a fool according to his foolishness? It depends on circumstances, right? See, somebody a long time said there's no such thing as circumstantial ethics, that there's no such thing as circumstantial. Absolutely, circumstances always determine how you behave, right? If I'm standing with my wife and somebody comes out and they're yelling and something like that, you know what my response is, especially if they're heading toward her, you know what my response is going to be? It's going to be like this. If my wife is not there and they're coming at me, my response is going to be more like this, right? Circumstances, the wisdom. Because is it more wise to put myself between someone who might cause harm to my wife? Yes, that is very wise. It's the proper, appropriate response, right? In a case where nobody's really in danger, it's just me they're coming at, I can diffuse it. I can talk, and we can figure it out that way, right? I'm much more liable to get physical in the first instance, right? But that's what wisdom does. Wisdom comes in contact with circumstances, and you got to decide how do I behave here? The Ten Commandments, and I'm making a point here. I remember earlier I talked about how the Ten Commandments kind of give boundaries around life, right? Do you realize how many gray areas we walk into every day? Oh, constantly. And life is lived there. And what wisdom is navigation. Wisdom is about navigating those gray areas. There are times in our daily lives where we come up against something where we've got a choice between bad and worse, wrong and wronger, right? And what do? Well, we know that God has given us a path of righteousness. Well, you don't just stand there and wring your hands and try. What do? You move. You move. You got the Holy Spirit. You got the Word of God. Move. And if the temptation from coming from every side, you know it's wrong, what do you do with the temptation? You double down on God's presence, and you just keep moving. So wisdom is not about following exactly. How many of y'all did Bill Gothard, Institutes in Basic Youth Conflicts? You know about the best thing. It was what it did is it numbed my cheeks for about 2 days. Mm-hmm. But the principle, the idea that Bill Gothard had was that following Proverbs provides a wisdom for life, and if you follow them exactly as they're listed there, they become a rule book for life, essentially. And he's absolutely wrong. They're not a rule book. What they're designed to do is to give us the opportunity to expand our mind, to think about what is proper behavior in this circumstance. For instance, what is one of the most wise things that the ancient world talks about? What does a wise person not do? Talk. Wise people don't talk. They shut their mouth and they sit back and they listen and learn. So I am the biggest fool in the room. Right? But wisdom is about navigation. And, you know, part of the reason our psalmist is in the situation he's in, and let's go back to the David. What should David have done? He shouldn't have even been on that roof when he looked down and saw Bathsheba bathing. Mm-hmm. Right? Yep. Where should he have been? He should have been out to war where kings go every year.
He should have been on the front lines like all the kings before him.
Right. And instead he's standing up there, and what he ended up doing is saying, oh no, I can't let anybody find out I got her pregnant. So I'm going to put to death this man who's so faithful, he won't even go home to sleep with his wife while he's home. I'm going to go make sure he dies. That way I can claim her and we can get on with business here. Right? He made a wrong choice. That was not a wise choice. Let's talk about Solomon. Solomon was a wise king, wasn't he? Go back and read. Except when he wasn't. Most of his life, the only really wise things is right there at the beginning of his reign. But I want you to go look. Read how ruthless he was in attaining the kingship. Ruthless. Ruthless man. And he disobeyed the Lord. He went and married a great many wives, and he built places for his wives to worship around Jerusalem, and actually went up and worshiped their deities with. That's not a wise man. See, that's not somebody who has got his feet on the pathway that the Lord set for him. Lord, give me wisdom. Well, what did he do with what he was given? He squandered it. So part of this ethic is not only integrity, but where does integrity come from? It comes from the navigation and having the integrity to set aside your own longing and your own desire to do the right thing. It's not compromise. He goes on and he says, all right, so surely you desire integrity in the inner self. You teach me wisdom deep within. Now, I want you to notice where the teaching comes from. You teach me deep within. God is not necessarily speaking just through books. He's speaking into a life and a heart that's actively seeking to know. Lord, I want to know what you want me to do. Lord, I don't know how to act in this moment. I'm going to get dressed down by my boss on Monday when I go in, and I don't know how to respond. What do I do if I get fired? As a believer, even if it's unjust, what is the appropriate response as a believer? Right? That's the questions that we're asking. That's the kind of thing, and integrity demands one response and one way of behavior. Right? And our own vengeance and stuff like that kind of takes us in a little bit other different direction. Goes on, purify, and this is where we get into some really interesting language. And again, this kind of backs up that idea of talking about sin, of wiping away, eliminating. Listen to what he says. Purify me with hyssop. Hyssop was a type of foliage and stuff like that. Purify me with hyssop and I will be clean. Wash me and I will be whiter than snow. Right? So there's something connected to this process of integrity and growing wisdom that leads us to actually seek, Lord, I just want to be right. Just want to feel and be clean. I want this gone. 2.5 years ago, I weighed about 260 pounds. Dude, I'm 5'9". I was heavy. I was really heavy. And I could not lose the weight. Working out, doing the Wing Chun, doing all this stuff like that, working out, and I could not lose the weight. And I had a doctor that said, I know what your problem is, and I think I got a way to fix it. He put me on Ozempic because my blood chemistry, I needed to balance out my blood chemistry so that I could actually manage my hunger drives. My blood sugar was all screwed up, and therefore I'd eat a good, wholesome, protein-rich breakfast, and I'd get to work, and in 30 minutes I was out hunting for something else to eat. It's because my body and my blood sugar were telling me I was hungry. I had to have something to go in there and balance that out, right? So I've lost about 60 pounds. I'm down around 200. You know, I run between 195 and 205, working out really hard and stuff like that. But you know what it takes for me to be able to maintain that? I'm taking the Ozempic, but if I get off my diet, if I stop paying attention to the things that really make me gain weight, I'll be putting on 10, 15, 20 pounds really quick, right? So it's about knowledge. I know what I should and shouldn't eat. You know, I know what it takes to stay in good condition, and so I've got knowledge. Now I've got experience, and a good part of my experience is failure. I've been overweight a good portion of my adult life. Now, I was a stud when I was in my 20s, right? We all are. But, you know, I got into seminary, and I started eating Little Debbie snack cakes 14 times a day, and, you know, that went out the window. But, you know, there's a side of that also requires confession. And letting my God know I'm a glutton. You know, I'm selfish. I want this taste. I want the taste and the satisfaction that taste so much that I'm willing to risk being there for my wife and my kids. Right? Of being able to carry out the ministry of being a professor and being active in my church in a healthy way. And I'm a bad example. Right? Lord, take that away. Address that. Cleanse that. Wipe that. Let me hear joy and gladness. Let the bones you have crushed rejoice. Now, has God really... Tell any of you, what kind of besetting sin or things like that, when has God ever crushed your bones? I want to know. Yeah. Now, I've always got some guy says, yeah, well, I was being a bad guy and I knew I was being bad and had a motorcycle accident. And, you know, there are plenty of those. But this is more metaphorical. Another aspect of Hebrew poetry. It's metaphorical. It's analogical. In other words, it uses hyperbole and metaphor in order to give you the idea. And what he's saying is, Lord, discipline me. You know, I feel, and the more sensitive we are to the presence of God in our lives and the need that we have of God, the more deeply we feel when we've sinned, and we feel the pressure that sin puts on us. We feel that. Now see, this is an Old Testament guy saying this. It's not new. Turn your face away from my sins, and once again, blot out all my guilt. Earlier it was blot out my rebellion. Now he's saying, blot out all my guilt. You remember how we defined guilt a while ago? It's a state of being condemned by our sin. Blot it out. Blot out the state. And that leads to the next important, and these next few verses to me are really important. There are a lot of people I've heard over the years that said the Old Testament doesn't have sanctification because there is no Holy Spirit in the Old Testament. Let me read verse 10 to you, and let me ask you again, is there such thing as sanctification in the Old Testament? God, create a clean heart for me and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Transform me, shape me. It's a relinquishing, create. This particular word I need to check and be sure. But so there's several terms that are used for create. Wait. Come on, Psalm right there. 51:10. All right. Yes, I knew that. I forgot for a moment. I had a panic attack and I had to go look. The same word that's used in Genesis 1:1, it says, in the beginning God created, is the same word that's used there. Create in me. And could you go down to verse 10 for me? Yeah. God, create a clean heart for me. Did you know that God is the only subject of that particular verb? No one else, the Hebrew word is bara. Say that with me, bara. No one else baras but God. In fact, it's such a profound thing that's kind of where we get the idea that we can understand this creation as something uniquely done by our God. It's that unique. Only God can do that. So this is actually a direct appeal back to that original creation account. That's fascinating, isn't it? That it makes that important connection. No one can create in you this clean heart but the eternal God. And it's creation, it's bringing order to chaos, if you will. Yeah.
Footnote in my Bible, I'm going to share it, says, it says, this verb always has God for its subject. It designates the act by which he brings something new and wonderful into being.
There you go. They create in me a clean heart. Certainly something that I can't do. No matter how wishful, how hard I want, no matter how hard I wish for it, I can't make things new. Right? Only God can do that. He says, let's see, created me a clean heart and renew a steadfast spirit. That word steadfast is very similar to the word integrity that you read earlier. Something that holds to the line, steadfast. It stands fast. It holds fast. It's trustworthy. It's strong. It's like, I can walk up to this chair and I can sit down in it, and I won't ever think about anything, even think about it falling. Why? Steadfast. It does, and it looks, and it appears, everything about it, it does, it's going to do what it says to do. It says what it's supposed to do, right? Do not banish me from your presence or take your Holy Spirit from me. Let's talk about presence, about God's presence. How have you felt God's presence in your life? Anyone? Yeah. How?
The moments change where you just feel that connection. What your scenario seems that he's on the scene.
Is he ever not in your presence? Here's an interesting thing. We have this idea of God as omnipresent. Y'all have all heard that term, omnipresent. It means present everywhere all at once. There's no place that God isn't, right? But the Bible also talks about God's presence in specific places at specific times. Like in the tabernacle. God says over and over again, this is where I'm going to cause my presence to dwell among my people. In Exodus 26 through 31, when God's giving the instructions on building the tabernacle. Do you know what the tabernacle is, by the way? When Israel was traveling in the wilderness, let me back up a little bit. So, all the way back to the Garden of Eden, mankind had a place where they could go and be in God's presence and be in relationship with God. Very personal, very direct relationship with God. Right? But after the fall, I want you to go read it. God doesn't come and stay with anybody. Right? Adam and Eve, they fall in the garden. He sets them outside the garden. He makes them clothes. And he tells them what all is going to be. And then he goes away. Cain kills his brother Abel. God comes back, confronts him, goes away. Noah, he comes and he tells him, build the ark. And he goes away. Abraham comes and goes. Where is God going? So yeah, we know, theologically, we know that there's no place that God isn't. But in the story, God also comes into space, into time. He enters our place in our time. And so there for a moment, he is in a very specific place. Right? So where's he going in that time? You go over to Exodus chapter 3. You remember the burning bush thing there in Exodus chapter 3? Well, before Moses sees the burning bush, do you remember what he's doing? He's herding sheep. And do you remember where he's herding them at? It was in the wilderness of Sinai. And by the way, it's a little geographical note on that. The word you'll see that mountain has two different names, right? Mount Horeb and Mount Sinai. So here's the way to sort that out. The wilderness where the mountain resided was called Sinai, the Sinai wilderness. And this mountain is the mountain of the Sinai wilderness, but its specific name was Mount Horeb. Does that make sense? That's a puzzle that always drove me crazy. It's kind of nice to have an answer to that. So in chapter 3, verse 1, it says, Meanwhile, Moses was shepherding the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian. He led the flock to the far side of the wilderness and came to Horeb. Guess what the name of that mountain is? Mount Horeb, the mountain of God. In the ancient world, this is really important. In the ancient world, mountains were the places where the gods dwelled. Right? You don't find any interaction with the God except really on mountains. And if you go back and look, tabernacles and temples and so forth were structured kind of in the nature of a mountain. It's called the cosmic mountain, and it's a trait of ancient Near Eastern worship. All their temples, the ziggurats in Babylon, were patterned after this idea that, well, you've got this increasing access to God. God is up on top. He's veiled. He's hidden. He's mysterious. But there are different levels going up. Well, think about the tabernacle for a second. Right? Where is God in the tabernacle? In the Holy of Holies, in the innermost sanctuary, holiest place. Who can go in there? High priest. Only one person can really go into that place, right? Then you back out, and then you've got the holy place. And all the high priestly family can go there, right? They can go in there, and they've got certain tasks that they do. And then you've got the inner court, which is where a lot of the purification rites and stuff, getting everybody prepared to go in. And then you've got the outer court, which is the place where the people could come. They couldn't penetrate beyond that, but they could bring in, the people brought their sacrifices, and they were carried out right there at the opening. And then as you go progressively in, you get closer and closer to God. Kind of like going up the mountain. Have you ever read Exodus 24? Where you've got... God tells Moses, says, I want you to put a boundary around the mountain. Tell the people not to go up and touch it or they'll die and so forth. Well, the people are there, and then, God does say, but I want you to go get 70 elders. I want you to get Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and yourself. And he must have taken Joshua with him. And I want you to come up. And what do? They go up on that part of the mountain, and they eat a meal before the Lord. Right? They can see the Lord up there, and it describes some kind of blue platform or something where they're kind of shielded from the full presence of God, but they eat before God, and they're not harmed. And then God comes up a little bit later, and he says, now I want you to bring Joshua, and I want you to come up to me into the mountain. And he goes up, and he leaves Joshua out there, and then Moses goes up into the cloud. You know what all these have in common? outer court, inner court, holy place, holy of holies. And do you remember what Moses did up there on top of the mountain? Remember Exodus 32 when when they worshiped the golden calf, God says, get up, get down the mountain. Your people, whom it sounds like my wife, your people whom you brought up out of Egypt have quickly turned from the way I set them, committed evil. Get out of my way so I can destroy them. Right? He's up on the mountaintop. It's notionally in the Holy of Holies. And what does Moses do? He does a priestly thing. He intercedes. He quite literally talks God into changing his mind about destroying his people. Crazy. Crazy. Right? So this whole idea there of this mountain, this place where we meet God, this place where we experience the presence of God is something that is very much on God's mind. Because when God met Moses at the burning bush, number one, he revealed his name. Who knows what his real name is? It's not the Lord. Yahweh, thank you. Yahweh. By the way, the word Jehovah never existed. If I had time, I'd explain it. The word Jehovah never existed. The name is Yahweh. Right? Now, anybody know what it means? Yeah, I know that Leviticus 3 says, I am who I am. Or I am that I am. Well, let me explain what that means. I am the God who is there for you. It has to do with God's presence. I mean, this is a God who's been absent. He's come and gone. Remember, we talked about the narrative. He comes and goes. And because of that come and go, even though Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob knew his name as Yahweh, they only knew him in the character as the God of the mountain, El Shaddai. But now, God is saying, all that's fixing to change. I'm tired of being separate. So I'm going to make this tabernacle. I'm going to make this place so I can park myself right there in my people's midst. Now, if you remember in chapter 33, God says, I'll send my angel out, but my presence is not going to go up with you. What God is saying is, because of the golden calf stuff, that tabernacle thing is off. Moses, again, intercedes, and God changes his mind, says, okay, my presence will go up with you. But in that debate with God, Moses said, Lord, if your presence does not go up with us, then we're going to quickly perish in the land, and we'll be just like every other people there. What makes God's people unique is his presence among them. And what makes you and I unique is the presence of Christ in us. Right? Emmanuel. God with us. It's a real thing. It's a real important thing. Create in me a clean heart and renew a steadfast spirit. Do not banish me from your presence or take your spirit of holiness from me. Keep this relationship first and foremost, Lord. I need your presence in my life. Restore the joy of your salvation to me and give me a willing spirit. Then I will teach the rebellious your ways and sinners will return to you. You realize that in a lot of cases, one of the main ways that we can reach people is to let them know, I'm not perfect. One of the things that has hurt evangelical Christianity more than any other is the stance that we've taken toward broken people. God, we are broken. And you want to know the truth? Any solid Southern Baptist church you go in there are people out there that are caught up in pornography. They're caught off in homosexuality. They're caught up, all sorts of things. We actually had he was born a man, a boy, but is transitioning right now. One of my daughter's best friends had lived with us for about a year. And we didn't bicker and make a big deal out of pronouns. We called her she, her, Kristen. Took care of her, loved her. And finally, one day she came and she asked me, I want to know, I love you, thank you for loving me, but I know that your beliefs about me differ. I got a couple of questions. What am I to you? And why did God make me this way? and then condemn me? Now look, that's a legitimate question. Because you know what? We say that God made us in the womb, and he did, right? He formed us in the womb. And her assumption is, well, if God made me, he made me this way, right? If God's responsible, he made me this way. And then at some point he decided that's wrong, and so now he's going to condemn me. Why did he make me this way and want to condemn me? Well, the first thing, I answered the second question first. We went to Genesis 1. I said, no, this is the way God made all of us. Genesis 3, this is why we've got the differences. And the one assurance, one of the things she took away that gave her assurance was, God doesn't look at me any differently than he does you, Kristen. And don't let anybody tell you he does. Because I'm a married man, I love my wife, but you know what? My brain, I get distracted in adulterous thoughts from time to time. I do. And you know what? That's every bit as perverse as any homosexual, any of this. I said, so the problem is not that God made you that way. The problem is that now all humanity are broken and we got a problem. And our main problem is that God's standard hasn't changed. You have the choice of whether you're going to choose God's way or the other way. Right? That was a fascinating conversation. And then the second, well, what do you think of me? Kristen, I love you. You have been nothing but gracious and good. You've worked hard. You've kept the place clean. We've really appreciated you being here and your contributions in our household. I said, but let me tell you what my major concern is. You wake up every morning and you cover yourself up. You put on a mask. You make yourself appear to be something you are not. You know, you're born with an X and a Y chromosome. And that Y chromosome demands from you that you do certain things. You're trying to alter that with hormones. You're trying to alter that with your own mental thought processes and things, and believing that you can change. And by the way, guys, if you were to see Kristen you'd never know she's a male. Fully intact, but you would never know. And I said, what worries me is the damage you do to yourself by constantly having to pretend to be something you're not. And I don't say that because I want to hurt you. I don't say that because I'm a homophobe. I'm saying it because I love you. And I think she's still moving forward, toward the full surgical alteration and stuff like that. But I've asked, and I've been so thankful to God for the hearing I got from that. Because quite frankly, my response a few years ago was, oh my gosh, we need to slam the door shut on that. And as a culture, as a Christian culture, we've got to learn, I think the paradigm we need to use is the paradigm of the woman at the well. Here's a woman that in the eyes of a Jew, she's a Samaritan, so she's already lower than snake spit. But she's a woman with multiple husbands, and the man she's living with at that moment was not her husband. Now, did Jesus go after on that? Was that what Jesus went after? Jesus said, no, baby, you need living water. You need the water that gives eternal life. That's the paradigm we have got to adopt. Or go over to Matthew 25. You remember when God is separating, it says, we're separating the sheep from the goats, and what is it? I always forget the wording of it. It's too profound for me to remember. Matthew 25. Almost there. Hold on. He says, yes, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate them one from another. By the way, our hope is in Jesus Christ. Everything we do is toward this day. And he will separate them one from another, just as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right and the goats on the left. Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you took care of me. I was in prison, and you visited me." Then the righteous will answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and take you in, or without clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and visit you?" And the king will answer them, "I assure you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers of mine, you did for me." Then he will say to those on the left, and he goes through the whole thing. Our responsibility is not to judge the position. Our judge is to meet the need. And it's hard. It's going to be messy. It's dirty. It means that we're going to be, and one of the questions we have at our church is, so if we really are going to start reaching out to homeless people and trying to minister the gospel in all these directions, we feel this way. Are you ready for crazy people to come in and disrupt our services? Are you ready for somebody to come in smelling like they hadn't bathed in 2 years because they hadn't bathed in 10, to sit down on your pews and they're filthy and they're dirty? You're going to have rapists. You're going to have drug addicts. You're going to have pimps. You're going to have prostitutes. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to go out there and find them? And once you find them, are you willing, if they'll come, to invite them? I can tell you this, the ministry of the gospel is not going to take place in your church. The ministry of the gospel is going to take place where they are, if they will let you come near. That's key. And that's, this whole wisdom thing, this whole purification thing we've been talking about, guys. This kind of stuff requires a complete surrender. Because what it means is that we find that trans person out there, and we befriend them, and we love them, and we let them see the joy and the order in their lives, and we let their desire and their craving for that go until they ask you about the hope that you have in you. It's not about condemning them anymore. Jesus didn't give us the power and authority to condemn. Only the judge can do that. Only the true judge can do that. Now, do we have to call right, right, and wrong, wrong? Absolutely. But we don't have to be nasty about it. Right? Just want to touch on a couple more verses here. And thank y'all for letting me stray off and do a little bit of stuff like that. Because ethic, what we're talking about is ethics. And if let me give you the basic ethic. This is really easy. What is the basic ethic that we ought to live by? One day Jesus was in this temple preaching, teaching, and this scribe raised his hand and said, "Teacher, tell me, what's the greatest commandment?" Remember what Jesus said? "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength." He said, "But there's a second one that's equal to it. Love your neighbor as yourself. On this, all the law and the prophets depend." So you want to know, you look at the 10 commandments, you know those first 4 commandments? All about God. Love the Lord your God. The second 6 commandments are about our love and responsibility for each other. There's your ethic. That is the kingdom ethic. You love your God and you love your neighbor. Simplify that. You love your God, you love your wife. You love your God, you love your husband. You love your God, you love your children. Right? And boy, that ethic is what drives the gospel out. I love my neighbor. They need to know Jesus. They don't know Jesus. Their marriage is blowing apart. Their house is collapsing. Their kids are miserable. They need Jesus. And it doesn't mean I go in there and condemn them or try and fix their marriage or anything like that. It simply means I go in there and minister the gospel of Jesus Christ. It's that easy. Just walk alongside. You know how lonely men are? Oh, God, we are the loneliest people on the face of the earth because most of us are built that way, right? I mean, you give me 30 minutes. I can't work for an hour without having to go out and visit with somebody. But after I visit for a few minutes, I'm ready to get my backside back by myself and do my stuff, right? So let me do these last few verses, and then we'll start. Then we can start the question and answer time, if that's okay. So, save me from the guilt of bloodshed, God. What is the guilt of bloodshed? What is blood guilt in the ancient world? Pretty hefty term. You know what blood guilt is? Well, it's actually holding if I'm in a dispute with somebody and I end up killing a relative of theirs, right? Then I am held guilty of that person's blood, and the revenge, that family has the right to claim revenge on my life. Hatfield and McCoys, right? This is the old feuding kind of thing, right? In fact, it was so important in the Old Testament that if somebody could actually get to a place where there was an altar and grab the horns of the altar, then they couldn't be killed. Remember the cities of refuge? They had these cities of refuge, kind of like we've had around the United States with illegal immigrants. We've got these places where people can go and they can grab onto the horns and they're protected. Sanctuary cities is what they were called. The guilt could not be done away with unless the family forgave him. Right? So even though you might not be convicted of a crime by the larger Jewish community within that one family, you still have blood guilt. So your choices were probably either to leave or to go and try and find some kind of reconciliation. Right? And so this is assuming that God has such a claim on us. Save me from the guilt of bloodshed, God. And then if we put it in terms of David, what is he claiming? I killed Uriah the Hittite. Save me from the guilt of bloodshed, God, the God of my salvation, and my tongue will sing of your righteousness. Lord, open my lips, and my mouth will declare your praise. Now, I want you to listen to these last two verses. You do not want a sacrifice, or I would give it. You are not pleased with a burnt offering. Does that mean God does not want those or never required those? Absolutely. Now remember, it's poetry. This is the setup for the next one. The sacrifice pleasing to God is a broken spirit. God, you will not despise a broken and humbled heart. So, key to all this ethic stuff that we're talking about is a broken and contrite heart that seeks reconciliation with God. Gentlemen, Jesus paid a price on the cross that you and I could never have paid. We are all born with the propensity of sins that guarantees that we can never be righteous enough to go to heaven. And we can never do anything that will make up what that cost is, right? The distance is too great between us and God. There's no way, nothing we can do to make up that distance. So the only person that could ever accomplish that is God himself, right? That's why Jesus took on flesh and came and walked. A few things come out of that. First, do you think God had ever felt the temptation or onslaught of sin before? Not until he came and experienced it in the person and flesh of Jesus Christ. So, you know, when Hebrews says he suffered all things even as you and I do, it was being quite literal there. That was an important thing. But what's the difference? Born under the same curse that you and I are born in, right? Lived in the same world, and yet he didn't what? He never sinned. Now, have you ever wondered why the Old Testament sacrifices didn't work? It didn't work continuously, why they had to redo it all the time? That continues, but you see, Christ's sacrifice accomplished once for all. Why not the Old Testament sacrifices? It's because every lamb that they took, even without blemish, that's simply a descriptor. They're still born under the same curse that you and I are. They were still born with some kind of defect and therefore the blood, the life blood that created this ability to remove sin, had no staying power. But even more than that, there's not a single one of those that ever rose from the dead. The rule of death could not be broken by the blood of goats and bulls. The law of death could only be broken when God himself, because God was the only one that could come in human form and live a sinless life, and he's the only one, therefore, that could go to the cross and be worthy of bearing sin on our behalf. And then he was the only one that could ever have defeated death. So our God took care of every aspect of our need. That's what our world needs to understand. That's what we need to be able to unfold to the world. This psalm is absolutely wonderful. It's very poignant in pointing those things out. Question and answer.
Well, why don't we take a quick break?
Okay.
If you guys can. Everybody stand up for a second.
Bend over, touch your toes.
Toes.
Sorry to hear that.